Approach a deck law and make friends. Okay.
Incoming tell.
Make friends. I don't know. I don't know, it's been fun. God damn it. I think I want to make a change on my thing. Yeah, I think I want to make a change on my mouse software real quick. Gonna load it. Gonna change a macro I have on my thing for my view to spammy and E. I want spammy here and I want E. Just the E key here. Yep. That's a bit better.
Your skill has increased.
Approach Deathclaws and make friends. I don't know what make friends means. Is it I have to make another stupid bait or what? I don't know. Let's try and kill another Deathclaw. Is there another one around the map in case this one screws up? Yeah, I think there is. Thunder Mountain Substation, yeah. So we'll go meet this one, yeah. You crashed again? Why? Why do you keep crashing? Oh, damn it. Come on, man. Such a long load time to watch this game crash over and over. Sorry, my friend texted me. So, back into the custom, yep. Oh boy, it's gonna be a long time. I want to kill this fucking Gob. He's so annoying. Can we try and kill Gob? Stupid Gob. What level am I? Have I dinged? No. Died. But I'm only 700 from 30. That's good. Hopefully I get 31 and then it won't be so bad. I can go look for group on BST. Oh boy. Nice. And now I want to go to the scoreboard. And I want to claim 150 atoms. I got pretty far on this scoreboard, actually. I got halfway, but I did not finish it. Oh, well, that's okay. I got a lot of cool stuff, yeah. I am not a Fallout fanatic. But it's a good game. I am a Fallout fanatic, but I'm not a like a deep one though. Yep, fucking perfect. Right on. So now I'm supposed to go east. Oh, I was also going to use a booster. Yes. For the little amount of time I'm going to play. Enjoy the abundance. Okay, you say there's a creature here. There he is. So, approach a Deathclaw and make friends. I want to Google this so I don't screw it up. Okay. I'm full.
Warp drive active. Docking request accepted.
Oh, damn it. God damn it, why do you crash every time I alt tab? No. Oh. You're so annoying. Get back in there now. I think it's because the frame rate drops and the game can't really handle it. I don't care. Or, well, I don't know. Just kill this game. It's fine. No, just kill it. It's fine. Kill this game. Yeah, just kill it. I'll load the OST is what I really want. That's fine. If you keep crashing, I understand. It would be less frame rate loss on my Final Fantasy. Wait. I thought I Alt F4'd you. Well, shit. If the song plays, that's good. That's fine. No, you Alt F4'd. Yeah. So I want, yep. Yep.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
I saw the regen. You know,
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
oh, I'm like way out.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
$39. How does that work? Are we 28 now? How the fuck is he 39? Okay. Huh. Yeah, so max P buff, yeah.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
I don't know.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Not by me. No, I said it. I don't give a fuck about that. Oh.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
You were early. Early. Too early.
Incoming tell. Your skill has increased.
XP's good.
Your skill has increased. Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau. Incoming Tau.
No spells. I think I might redo my UI in WoW.
Your skill has increased.
Oh wait, that hurts you, doesn't it? Yes, it does. Oops. Okay. I don't have the beast thing. Oh, mount call, I see. So.
Incoming Tau. Your skill has increased.
This isn't gonna work, is it? No, I better bomb out. I don't want to do this. I'll do Mortal 2 instead. I changed the title. I like being a just chatting, so I don't have to change the fucking game titles all the time because I change games so much. Oh no.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
I cannot move. Uh-oh. Fucking annoying.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Warp drive active.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Docking request accepted.
Oh, thank God, another DD that actually hurts.
Your skill has increased.
Yay, 31. We are at 26 now. I can go to... or no, I guess I can go to Hibari's Basuto and Basuto. Making good money on all 3 games. Hells yeah. Get a hells yeah. I'm getting money. I'm getting this money. I get this money, man. All 3 games. Oh. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, no, the music won't matter. So I got to pick a different song. Two hours, not bad.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has your inventory is full.
My inventory's full. Oh no. Maybe I could put stuff away in my Mog wardrobe. I have room for one. Yeah, let's put away
Your skill has increased.
this leather belt. How's that? Maybe it'll be okay.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
Little loud. Sorry. Oops, my axe broke. Nice.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Oh,
Your skill has increased.
we lost the monk. No, we didn't lose the monk. We lost the bard. Lost bard. Bard DC. Oh no. Oh no, no. misread list.
Your skill has increased.
No, I think... No, I think my list glitched.
Your skill has increased. 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 Your skill has increased.
Oh, nasty fucker. Okay. Nice. Okay, so that was good XP. Got from 29 to 31. That's good because I can like level on BST and not be GIMP. It gets to 64, so some of this coffer stuff doesn't kick so much on my ass anymore. It would be nice. So I'm gonna, but I have to change jobs and go home. And then I'm gonna look for party on BST and go back to Bordeaux. Continue grinding the ancient mob because now I've got buffer. I've been tempted to try Nin Sub and see if it's better than White Mage because White Mage is a lot of work. If Nin Sub is less work, I might prefer it. I just run Utsu Semi all the fucking time. I've been wanting to avoid it, but I mean, you know. Might catch a party. It's not that late. What time is it? It's like Yeah, it's like 10:30. Okay, resources almost depleted on this one. Let's go see what else we have here. I like doing a circle around this town. Could make a fuck ton of money and live like a fucking king, I think, just chopping wood. The game is a lot easier than it looks. It actually is. If you do any work at all, it pays. It like pays, and like, you could just buy your way at anything, like a kit every time that you want one, and all that. Yep, so now I'm gonna look for group with the right sub, and I was stubborn about it, but it's alright. I might actually catch a good group here. Gotta change the right gear though. I'll just, well, I guess I can, yeah, I don't want to see party here. I want to change jobs to Black Mage and get out of here first. So we'll do that first. That was a good party. Got a lot done. I'm falling back into the Final Fantasy. I don't really want to do that, but boy, with the new graphics mod, it looks really good and it plays well on my computer and it fits well with the other games. And I'm making money on the other games and stuff, and I'm enjoying it immensely. Actually, it fits the vibe of all of it. These three games, I love these three games. I wish I could get these three games all the time, but Mortal's kind of intensive, and I do like Horizon. Felt good to do like Mortal while I was XPing, but the minute I got out of XP Party, now I want to go do Horizon while I maybe wait. Might give it an hour in town. I've been going hard on Final Fantasy. I think I deserve a little bit of a break on it, and I think I will just look for group with BST. I do have some stuff inventory wise that I've got to handle. Yeah, like I've got 10 slots here. I want to dump all the ninja gear back into the thing again and then just use it later. This was a good system. I used it well. Yep. Can sell all that stuff. Yeah. I'm going to take the tool bags with me and the Shinobi Tabby and all this. I need to see how much Monomi Ichi is. If it's cheap, I'll buy a stack of that too. And I'll write a macro for Sneak and Viz, Takoichi, Monomi Ichi. I have one jack-o'-lantern left and these cobalt jellyfish and those rusty leggings. Those are crystals I'll sell. I want to stash the Hibari away. I want to sell the 2-leaf magic bud, and the beastmas seals have to go in here. I should technically run. I should run Treasures and Tribulations while I wait, I guess. That would be a good use of my time. And see if I can get an orb. But sooner or later, that'll pay out, and I'll get an Astral Ring, and that'll be really nice. Fucking really nice, you know? And I'll get the mana I need for re-raise. Then I won't have to run back to town all over, like all over again, over and over again. So here we go. Yeah, that's good prep. How's my inventory? Inventory is good. Okay. This tree is depleted. We're just gonna go on to the next one, and we'll do rings around the town. Dapplewood. I'm somewhere where I could get ganked now. Greywood. But I mean, I kind of doubt it. I fucking doubt it. I want to turn off this music until we'll start it over, but not right now. Right now, I want to hear Fine Game Connoisseur talk about Mortal. There we go. We'll look at his newest work. This is The Deep Understood Your Will to Survive, Passionos in the Roadmap. Oh no, I listened to that one, huh? From 3 months ago. The videos he's done recently were from 2 days ago. The massive changes to combat, mounts, and more. The Deep Understood Your Will to Survive. Shield changes, lots of good fixes and good fights. No, wait, I want to go back to what I was listening to. I think it's good. It's fine. I've seen everything he's done, which is unfortunate, but we'll go back to Jobstrife Haze and let that run until a party hits.
Charisma, intelligence, agility, luck. And then that's what we've got there. So we can change things around. We start with 5 and everything, but we have 5 points to put into stuff. Is it min-max time? I don't want to min-max for the same reason that I'm going to drop. This is really sweaty, by the way. It's even done that thing where the hair has done that.
Ugh,
oh my
you
God,
have so much gel in your hair, Josh. It is disgusting. You need to wash it.
Maybe one day I will be the milkman. But much like who watches...
What do you mean one day? Oh, wait, I probably shouldn't have done that. Oh, well, I don't care. I don't care to do it.
Sometimes these streams get very philosophical.
Yeah, the buckets and all that. I'll just take the money. I don't care to post this stuff.
It's very much a roller coaster.
Yeah, I'll just sell it. I don't care. This stuff.
We go from dick
it's
jokes to
just
philosophy
money to me, really.
and everything in between.
Yeah, I'll just take the
There's a
little bit of
lot
money
in
that I
between.
got. Yeah. I'll just keep moving forward. I don't care.
So,
there we go. Oh yeah, my circuit shield. Yeah.
Shot me in the face, which means I think I'm incredibly lucky.
Yeah, you are lucky. That was
Just
whole part of the game.
ridiculously lucky.
Yep.
That's how we're gonna get.
Oh
through.
wait, what happened to
Rusty
my
Milk
fucking
is
shield?
not
Damn
a
it.
skillful man. He's not a strong guy. He's not naturally perceptive. Endurance, well, no.
No.
Intelligence, smart enough to get shot in the face, so also no. And as far as agility goes, I sound pretty agile. But one intelligence, you got shot in the head. I did get shot in the head, so maybe intelligence should be like 4.
4.
We're not exactly the smartest, but maybe endurance. We survived being shot in the head.
Yeah.
That's pretty damn strong. I'd say we're pretty strong.
I can't believe Jobstrife Haze didn't
milks.
play Fallout
Turn
New
up the stream,
Vegas.
please. The volume is too low. I mean, you can do that, Daddy, on your... His name is Daddy. I'm not referring to him as that. You can do that on your own computer. You can turn that up slightly. I can try and turn... There's like... Hang on. I'll make the stream even louder. We'll make it the loudest gosh darn stream you ever did here. There we go. That is the loudest I can possibly make this, Daddy. I don't like saying that. That's not a good thing to say. It's not a good place. Oh, it's going well. Let me just take the camera down a little bit so you guys can see more of me. You deserve more of that. You deserve a little treat.
Deserve a little treat.
Now you can see what's going on. Good on my end. Excellent. Thanks.
Hello.
Louder, Daddy. Oh, wow. We've been streaming for 20 minutes. It's oh, Visa's going to be eating well this year. Okay, here we go. Let's keep going. You say it smells of milk, low charisma. That's true. We might smell of milk. So maybe we
Milk.
have... But we do grab those udders pretty well, and we've carried those milk
10
bottles, so
luck.
strength is a little bit higher.
How does
That's
he know to
good
do
to me.
that?
We're slightly stronger than the average person due to all the milking. We aren't a very perceptive person. We didn't dodge a bullet. Endurance, we survived a bullet. That's pretty good. Charisma, I'm going to take luck down to maybe... Should luck be average? Because getting shot in the face doesn't seem that lucky. But we did survive it. Low charisma is going to hurt. That's okay. We'll put one more into charisma. We survived it. You lived. We did live. 10 luck. It's got to be 10 luck. Okay, we survived it. So someone needs to come away from... We'll take it away from strength and stick it into luck instead. That seems good to me. Average strength, average agility, not very perceptive, not very intelligent, but we're pretty strong endurance-wise. We've got a bit of charisma, and we are crazy lucky. Can I emphasize how much I enjoyed the Morrowind streams? Looking forward to seeing how this progresses. So am I. I've never played the game. I have no idea what to expect. I've genuinely never played New Vegas. Okay, here we go. Let's just go with this. I think that is a good way of doing it. That seems to work for me. Do we just...
With luck like yours, I'm surprised them bullets didn't just turn right around and climb back into the gun. Well, we know your vitals are good.
The game
But that
references
don't
your
mean
choices.
them bullets didn't leave you nuttered and a bighorn are dropping. What do you say you take a seat in my couch and we go through a couple of questions? See if your dogs are still barking.
Are we allowed to give advice / hints? You can, but I will ignore it. Straight up. I will just not... You can say them. What I might do, if I'm in the mood, is just actively
full.
ignore you,
Oh, yeah, I'm
or
full.
read it and then do something different. That's what I'll do. Oh, I see. Is this where we have to pay for our... We haven't got any money on me, so I have to pay for it, Doc. Is this what you want? Is this what... Oh, God, look at him. Look at this man. This is what you need. That is Rusty Milk. The milkiest man. The milkiest milkman in the West. Maybe that is our quest.
Rusty
Discover
milk.
the final bottle of milk. Here we go.
Final bottle of milk.
He's, in fact, I'm going to drop stuff in his house. Just to spite you. Right, I'm going to sit down to you. Alright, I'm already in my skivvies, so this could be quick.
All right. I'm gonna say a word. I want you to say the first thing that comes to mind. Dog.
Bone. It's not there. Okay, dog. Ooh, cat, feed, newspaper, kick. Why would you kick a dog? That's horrible. You guys can't see this. I'll just slide this way. It's okay. Train, kick, dinner. I'll bring the mic over. I didn't think this through. Just scoot over. Hang on. Why don't I just move me on the screen? A better streamer would have done that quicker. Hang on. If I was only better at my job. Maybe I'll just, for the time being, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to sit here. You guys can deal with what's over there. That's fine. I'm here from now on. In fact, the microphone even makes sense being there. That makes so much more sense.
28
Mirror
gold.
yourself.
Oh my god.
Oh, hang on. If I mirrored myself, then the microphone
What?
sticks into the middle. That could
Money
be
is
quite
so easy in
What
this
I'm gonna
game.
do
It's
instead
ridiculous.
Is move me several pixels away from the edge. So
Oh
on
yeah.
this edge,
So oh no, I
I'm
sold
quite on
Greywood
this
for a
edge,
lot
and
less
that's
than it
gonna
was
really
worth.
annoy
Oops.
some of you.
Oh
Right,
well.
let's
I
go back.
mean, still, it's fine.
Let's continue.
It's fine.
Dog, I suppose. Cat. Think of the opposite every now and again.
House.
Live. Okay, so shelter, burglarize, renovate, target, investment, demolish. Ooh, I
83
suppose
gold.
shelter,
I'm gonna get up to
best way.
150
You
and I'm
live in
gonna buy a house.
Night.
It's gonna be awesome.
Day. Why are none of these options here? Why do I just think of the opposite of everything? Like, this isn't a good game.
I'm gonna close
in
this
my
out
own
now. I
head.
made quite a lot of
Apparently, I
gold,
just
like 30
immediately think
gold
of the
while I was
opposite.
AFK.
The reason, by the way, that the chat is slightly above the bottom of the screen is because when we start playing the game, that's where my health is, and that's where the compass is, and I want you guys to be able to see the health and the compass at all times. I feel that's a fair thing for you to have. So, what did he say? He said night. Dream, shroud, sleep, treasure, silence. Night, I suppose. We can have a nice little... I'm awake during the nighttime, so treasure.
Bandit.
Taquito.
Mm.
That is not an option.
Oh,
I didn't
cool.
think that
It
would be an
does work
option.
for good
Had
blueprints and
Bethesda have
stuff.
got that, it
Yeah,
would be a very
yeah.
specific option. That's deep
Oh
lore
yeah, I'll do it.
for some of you in the chat. Very deep lore. Okay, bandit. Ooh, reasonable? No. Vaporize. Possibly. Yeah, someone tries to bandit me, I'm gonna vaporize them.
Light.
Light. Torch.
Mother.
Father? Apparently. Human shield. Wow, okay. Mother, caretaker, genes, cookie jar, tantrum, tattle, regret, human shield. Ooh, wow, okay, that's a little bit dark. I suppose mother, we go with genes, because then we've got, you know, it's the whole DNA passed down thing. We're a man of science.
Okay. Now I got a few statements. I want you to tell me how much they sound like something you'd say. First one.
Get me out of there.
Conflict just ain't in
Out of
my
that.
nature.
Out of
Oh
that.
no, I'll conflict with you all day. Not a problem at all. I strongly disagree with that. I'm 100%. There's a thing. Let's get philosophical for a second. A lot of people I know avoid conflict. And the problem is, remember this, guys. People don't like conflict, which means they tend not to challenge people whom they disagree with. If you do that, you are giving the most disagreeable person all the power in any situation. If you are not able or willing or brave enough or capable enough of actually initiating conflict with someone or something you disagree with,
It's
you
true.
are by proxy making any situation owned by the most disagreeable person in the group, which is a real shame. I'm not saying that you have to argue with everything, but you need to be able to stand up for what you believe in, because if you don't stand up for what you believe in, at some point you need to admit you don't believe in it enough. So, conflict, I'm absolutely fine with. Don't be rude, don't be mean, don't be nasty. Conflict does not mean arguing, it doesn't mean shouting at, it means just your opinion, their opinion will conflict with each other, and then you come to an agreement. You don't just immediately let people do whatever they want to do. So you've got to stand up for what you believe in. I strongly disagree, because I would conflict with people, that's fine.
I ain't given to relying on others for support.
Arnold Schwarzenegger said you can call me anything except a self-made man. I would disagree with that. I strongly disagree. Other people have supported me a great deal. That old adage of pull yourself up by your bootstraps, the actual full saying is, I believe, it is no more possible to sit on a chair and lift yourself into the air than it is to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. The idea is you actually can't lift yourself up that way. You need outside assistance. You need outside help. You are where you are because of a great deal of other people helping out or not helping out. Now, I'm not saying that your own individual work isn't important. Everyone puts effort in. Everyone puts power in. Everyone tries. But there is an excellent comic, an absolutely excellent comic. I'll see if I can find it, stick it in the Discord, of it follows the lives of two people. The lives of a girl born into a very poor society and a boy born into money, born into extreme wealth, like, multi-millionaire, billionaire kind of parents. And it follows their lives where the girl goes to a worse school and the guy goes to a better school. The girl has, worse things in life and the guy has better things in life. The girl has no opportunities because she doesn't know the right people, and the guy has all the opportunities, gets given a nice job, and you can see them, they're working still. The girl is studying hard, the boy is studying hard. They're actually putting effort in, but their lives converge when they meet at a party. The thing is, the boy is giving a speech because he's the CEO of a company, and the girl is a waitress. And the guy is basically saying, nobody ever gave me anything, I worked for everything I've got, therefore everyone else in this room who's below me, you're just being lazy. And the irony is, actually, if you follow both their lives, they're both working equally hard, they've just been in very different situations. And they've had different people help them in very different ways. So I believe that I am where I am because of the collection of people who have helped me get to where I am. Yes, I have put effort in, and I'm proud of that, but I'm also aware that if someone were to put the same amount of effort in as me, but they didn't have the support network around them, they wouldn't have succeeded as much. Right, I strongly disagree with that. I believe I am where I am because of helping, and I will rely on other people all the time.
I'm always fixing to be the center of attention.
Yeah. Let's be real.
I mean, let's be real, yeah.
That's very true, yeah. I'll give you that. Would you disagree, chat?
No.
No.
Mostly has to do with me. You guys are along for the ride, but it's my
I
ride.
didn't have double standards.
This is my
I
ship
have
I'm
no standards at
steering.
all.
And I'm
Be
egotistical.
honest with yourself. I'm here because of the limelight.
I'm here
Absolutely. Yeah, I
because...
agree. Look at
No,
me.
no,
Do it.
I'm
Do it
here
right now.
because I want to make a personal
I'm
history.
slow to embrace new ideas.
And if you guys
The
want to watch and
future's
pay me,
scary.
please
Nobody
do.
needs to embrace
You
new
know?
ideas. Everything from the past was better. Everything was better. I'm still going to play Liliana of the Veil in Magic the Gathering. I don't care it's been outclassed
Oh
by
my
every
God,
single other,
Liliana.
Planeswalker printer since then. I'm going to
I
play
hate
Tarmogoyf.
Liliana.
I'm going to win with that. I'm going to play Warhammer 40k. I'm going to send the old Dreadnoughts at you. People are like, oh, but they've been outclassed by everything. Don't care. Shut up.
Don't care.
I mean, let's... Okay.
Don't care. I don't
Am
care.
I slow
I
to
play
accept
mono
new
green.
ideas?
I like
I am
164,
playing
164
Fallout New
swinging
Vegas
at
in
you.
windowed mode.
Turn 7.
So... I am
That's a
also still
Hydra, by the
using an
way.
extremely
So if you kill
old
it, it just
Streamlabs
chops its
build
heads
that I
off.
refuse to
That's
install.
it.
You know what? It's true because have you
damn it,
ever
attack
opened up
him.
any bit of software on your computer and it said a new bit of software is available to download? Click install now or skip, and we all do the same thing. We all click.
Maybe I
skip
should do
because
MTG
new
Arena
builds are
again.
scary, and I don't want it to change. Have you changed your default wallpaper? No, I haven't. Of course I haven't. Look, I use Audacity.
No,
to
it's not the right
record all of the
pacing
audio
for
my
me.
videos.
Single player would
Every
be
single
good.
time I open Audacity for the last 2 years, it has been screaming at me to install the latest version of Audacity. Do I? Of course I don't. Why would I?
I know, right? I'm
but
extremely
I will
lazy.
occasionally, use things when people make me. So I agree that I am slow to embrace new ideas.
I charge in to deal with my problems head on.
Oh, you've got to charge in, but you've got to be prepared. You've got to charge in with preparation, because forewarned is forearmed, and there's nothing scarier than a four-armed man. So I would agree. I do charge in, but I go in with information. Have you guys ever sat down to have a discussion or a debate with someone, and they just get really angry and really emotional and just run at you with all the energy? I actually quite like you when that happens, because that makes me think they're running entirely off emotion. They have no actual argument that's going to attack me as a person, and that's okay. I can deal with that. But when you sit down to debate with someone or discuss with someone, and they're very calm and they open with like facts and figures, I'm there thinking, oh bugger, they've done their research and they know what they're on about. This is going to be a lot harder to win, if you will. So yeah, I agree that I do charge in, but I also prepare, so the charge works.
Almost done here. What do you say you have a look at this? Tell me
Okay.
what you see.
Oh, it's a Rorsch test. A broken chain, a chemical reaction, a shadow in a door frame, an oozing wound, or an angry two-headed ant. That does look like an angry two-headed ant. Yeah, that's an angry two-headed ant right there.
Okay. How about this one?
That is a gun. That is some kind of laser pistol gun mirrored. There's the handle. There's the little nub at the end with the electric sparks coming out. Priceless work of art, space-age technology, a ship at sea, or I'm too embarrassed to say what it looks like. It doesn't look like anything rude. It looks like a laser gun. That is straight up a laser gun. I suppose space-age technology.
Last one.
That is two bears high-fiving. Obviously. Look, there's the little bear nose, there's the little hand. A light in the darkness, a bearded man, a mushroom cloud, a head on a pillow. It looks like none of those things. It looks like two bears high-fiving. Why would that not be an option? Who made that and didn't put that option in? Okay, so what else? What? It looks like nothing. A head on a pillow. No. A mushroom cloud. I suppose it could be a mushroom cloud. Mushroom cloud is the center negative space. There is a mod for two bears high-fiving, and they made a reference to it in the DLC. Thank good. I can't believe that someone put that picture in and not understand what it actually is. I'm going to go with a mushroom cloud.
Well, that's all she wrote. I don't have nothing to compare it to, so maybe you'd better just have a look at the results.
You have nothing to compare
See
it
if
to.
it all seems right to you.
Just random. We just did that for shits and giggles. Like there was no reason to do any of that. He's like, I don't know what that's all about, but here's what I think you might be. Okay, let's see what we've got. So, skills. One of the cool things with the perks and skills and stuff in what I've been told about Fallout New Vegas is they changed the gameplay quite substantially. Whereas Fallout 3, it's just, here's a boost to the skill, 10% more, 5% more, 15% more. These actually change how you play. So barter. I don't think we're going to be doing too much with barter. Energy weapons. Apparently we're quite bad with those. Explosives. I feel that I will end up blowing myself up with those. And I think that's a bad thing to have. So we'll take that down for now and maybe give it to ourselves later. Guns, I think, are something I would be good
Have
with.
they updated
What would the
SKSE
Milkman
for
do?
Skyrim?
Melee
yet?
weapons and speech. So
Th-
that's
These
everything
stupid
taken away.
videos
Let's-
make me want to play games that I don't want to play, so I'm gonna get out of it. Let's watch this one. Thank you, Click for Gameplay.
Hello there, my
Thank
RPG
you, Click
lovers,
for
and
Gameplay. I'd
welcome
like
to
this
another
up to your
video.
channel.
Sacred was a really interesting game series which introduced some unique
Well, I like this
gameplay
guy.
ideas
Yeah.
in this subgenre of
He's good.
RPGs. Back in early 2000s, we had a bunch of new ARPGs on PC, which were obviously heavily influenced by Diablo 2. Sacred managed to distinguish itself from the rest with a unique approach to class progression and an impressive open world that was not randomly generated. It also had some other very unique features for this genre of games, which are pretty hard to find even today. Sacred managed to sell over 1 million copies by 2005, making it a huge success for the small studio from Germany. Naturally, it was logical to expect a sequel after such a massive success of the first game. Ascaron Entertainment released Sacred 2 Fallen Angel in 2008 not only on PC but on Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3. Sacred 2 had the same philosophy when it comes to the game design.
I like Sacred 2. I thought it was a good game, yeah.
3. Sacred 2 had the same philosophy when it comes to the game design, and it also features an impressive open world to explore.
It was a
managed to sell more than
ARPG with a spinnable
750,000
camera.
copies by 2009, but unfortunately, that wasn't enough for Ascaron to pay its debts. In July 2009, the studio had to close down. That wasn't the end of the Sacred series though, but to be honest, it should have been, because it only goes downhill from this point on.
Yeah.
Are they
Sacred
climbing
3.
up the wall of that building?
Climb up my wall and something.
Calypso Media purchased the majority of the assets from Ascaron. It's estimated that around 15 people from Ascaron Studios continued working for Calypso Media. The action-adventure called The Inquisitor is the latest game from Calypso, which came out in February 2024. However, the license for the Sacred IP was bought by the publisher Deep Silver. Deep Silver
Deep
hires a
Silver
studio
bought them? I
called
didn't know
Southend
that.
Interactive to develop a game called Sacred Citadel, a beat-em-up side-scroller that was basically just a spin-off
A
Sacred
beat 'em up
game.
side
But in
scroller.
2014, we finally got to see another Sacred game in the main series.
Sacred 3.
Deep Silver hired a studio called Keen Games to develop Sacred 3. The final entry in
Which
the
wasn't
Sacred
good.
series have
Yep.
been met with some heavy criticism. While the gameplay in Sacred 3 was actually pretty decent, the game simply had no similarities with previous Sacred RPGs. In fact, Sacred 3 hardly even had RPG features at all. It was more like a beat-em-up hack-and-slash action. It was obvious that whoever made the decision to abandon everything that Sacred games stand for
You've been
made a
examined.
terrible mistake, to say the least. But Keen Games were obviously talented enough to continue making good games, which don't carry heavy baggages from the past. And just recently, they found great success with a survival game called Enshrouded, which released in early access.
Oh, that was them, huh?
That will be a brief history of Sacred RPGs. Now let's take a deep dive into all Sacred games, starting
Oh,
from
so
the
they
very
went on to
beginning.
Enshrouded. Sacred's the one that actually looks good, except it
The
needs
first
it
Sacred
would need
game
a
came out in
spinnable camera.
2004, exclusively on the PC.
2004, huh?
I had a lot of troubles trying to run this game properly nowadays, even though I followed a couple of different guides.
It looks
It
good.
turns out I had a specific technical
For its
problem,
time.
which automatically caused my game to crash upon start. After bashing my head against the wall for a couple of hours, I figured out the problem. It was my dual monitor setting which caused the game to constantly crash, and I had to disable one of them. So
Oh.
if you try to play this game nowadays and you have a similar problem, I hope this can help you out as well. Putting that aside, Sacred felt extremely familiar to me from the very beginning. That's because I already played Sacred 2, and the first game obviously had a lot of similar gameplay mechanics.
I like Sacred 2 on the
But
360.
the
I thought
visual
it was
style
good.
of the game immediately brought back that early 2000s CRPG vibe. Now, obviously, it's quite outdated for today's standards because it's freaking old. Duh. But I still think this game looks beautiful. Like I said, it has that recognizable look which many CRPGs used to have back in the day, like Diablo 2, Divine Divinity, and so on. I would argue that this game looks even better, and the open world looks
Yeah.
impressive for a 2004 CRPG. There are many different towns and castles to explore, and unique looking biomes. These populated places are really charming,
The camera
with
won't
a lot
spin
of
though,
visual
so I have
details.
no interest in it.
Even some smaller places that you're going to visit during the main quest are really nice to look at. The visual variety is very strong as well. You're going to explore forest areas, desert, a snowy area, and many different looking locations as well as dungeons. Speaking of locations, Sacred features a fully open world with no compromises. You're free to explore
No,
the
it's
map as soon
wrong.
as
I
you
want
make a new
the- I want the
character, there are no
octagon.
limits. I'm not really sure about the level scaling and if enemies even have any form of scaling. I would assume that certain zones had different level requirements because I could find NPCs with at least a couple of levels higher than me. You can also outlevel enemies, which reduces their aggro range drastically. The majority of NPCs have crazy aggro range. They will start attacking you from very far away, which can be annoying sometimes. The gameplay in Sacred is very close to your typical ARPG, if not a bit clunkier. Even though the gameplay is a bit clunky, the game makes it up with various gameplay features, which are quite impressive for a 2004 RPG. I feel like I keep saying that, but it's true. From the very beginning you can buy a horse and explore the open world on a mount. You can even use almost all of your class abilities without needing to dismount. The horse has unique abilities as well. For example, you can charge through enemies and knock them down. That's really impressive if you ask me, even for today's standards in this genre. Come to think
Oh,
of it,
I forgot
only
to buy
Diablo 4 has something
Monami,
similar
son of
to a
a
lesser
bitch.
extent.
It's fun.
Diablo 4 was extremely disappointing for me on so many levels, and I'll probably make a video about that in the near future. Like I said, the gameplay felt really familiar to me in Sacred because I played Sacred 2 a lot. The action combat is fairly simple, and your experience will heavily depend on your class choice. You start off by choosing one of 9 available classes, each with your own unique skills to learn. All classes have unique armor pieces that you can find, while the weapons are a bit more flexible, although some of them have class requirements as well. The reason why I love these kinds of features in ARPGs is because it can incentivize you to try out different classes, especially if you find a very good item. And of course, you can share all items you find by putting it into shared stash that you can find in all populated locations. The number of items you can equip is pretty impressive as well, and I love the fact that shoulder pads are a separate item category. I know it's a small thing, but these kinds of features greatly improve the visual progression of the game. Then again, the game is certainly showing its age, so it's not like you're going to have an amazing experience when it comes to visual progression of your character. This is something that the sequel does a lot better, simply because of its age. So what about the combat itself? Well, like I already mentioned, it's definitely a bit clunky. You attack monsters by simply clicking on them, and you have to hold the left mouse button for continuous auto attack. However, your character will just sometimes ignore those inputs and you stop attacking entirely for whatever reason. This is what makes the combat even more janky than it should be, and it
Combat.
can be annoying sometimes.
Combat.
I think this problem is magnified when you're fighting on your horse. Then again, Sacred is not a crazy fast ARPG, so the sluggish auto attacks didn't bother me that much. Speaking of which, there are some nice quality of life mechanics related to this. For example, if you're on your horse and you want to loot a specific item, your character will automatically dismount, pick up the item and go back to the horse. That was very cool to see, but it becomes kinda obsolete when you learn that you can use the auto loot button to pick up everything in the vicinity. Back to the combats. Sacred 1 unique class abilities work very similar to Diablo 2. You would select the ability you wish to cast and you need to press the right mouse button. However, when you level up, you get more quick slots that you can select by a press of a button and then press the right mouse button to cast. Same goes for the weapons you can equip. You have multiple sets for different weapon combinations. And of course, you can switch these weapon sets by pressing a corresponding button on the keyboard. Then we have a very unique gameplay feature, which Sacred is kinda known for. Combat arts allow you to combine up to 4 different abilities and cast them all at once, if possible. It's a very cool feature in Sacred, and I already know how it works because I played Sacred 2 before, which also has this feature. However, I didn't feel the need to use combat arts in this game that much, at least with my class. Do take in mind that I haven't invested like 100 hours into this playthrough and I still didn't unlock the highest difficulty, which would probably make the combat arts more relevant. But in order to unlock the highest difficulty, you need to have your character leveled up. Speaking of the difficulty, it's very forgiving actually, until you finally get to unlock higher difficulties. The Vampire Knight class has a very strong vampire form which allows you to cast unique abilities. You can also use different abilities in the human form and use melee and ranged weapons. I find it impressive how some of the abilities seamlessly adapt to your weapon type. For example, I can use this ability with a two-handed sword, but if I switch to the bow, I can also use it as a ranged projectile. This is nothing new when it comes to some newish ARPGs. It reminds me of Grim Dawn actually, because some of the abilities in that game work the same. You'll find a lot of these combat arts as a random item drops, so the character progression is a little bit random. Not to the extent where it becomes annoying, and you have the option to get the class specific cards by visiting a certain NPC. You can simply put 4 arts that you randomly collected and you'll get a unique card for the class that you're playing. It's a very cool system actually, and you'll get a ton of these arts as you kill enemies. Of course, you can choose to keep the arts if you plan to play other classes. What I did find a bit annoying is how enemies respawn in this game. As soon as you leave the dungeon or an instanced area, they instantly respawn, which feels very bad actually. Action RPGs usually do this when you leave the game and come back, which is a lot better way to do it. Every character begins in a different zone and you have a unique starting quest. I also played the Gladiator a little bit and I like how he starts in a Colosseum where you have to kill a couple of guys before you escape. Most quests in the game will give you some sort of a companion that you have to escort somewhere. I think this type of a quest is a bit overdone in the game, but these companions can usually be somewhat useful in combat. Although you can fail a bunch of side quests if you let the NPC die, which did happen a lot in my playthrough. I failed a bunch of quests. I love when RPGs allow you to fail quests. I think it's very important actually, but it's not a huge deal in this game. Overall, Sacred 1 still feels like an amazing RPG with a big open world. If you don't mind the age of the game and if you're willing to make some compromises when it comes to the fluidity of the gameplay, I would still heavily recommend trying it out. Do take in mind that you might have some technical issues and that you can't run the game in HD resolution, at least I couldn't. Sacred 2 Fallen Angel came out in 2008 for PC, then in 2009 again for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. The first game was exclusive for PC, but this time around we got to see a Sacred game on consoles as well. There are some notable differences between the console and the PC version. For example, the UI is completely different, and to be honest, I think it looks better on consoles. The game itself had some technical issues on consoles because the performance was, well, terrible. It frequently dropped below 30 FPS. The core gameplay is pretty much the same, but I would like to get the opportunity to try out these console ports in the future, just for the sake of it. I invested a lot of hours into this game on PC, and I always gladly come back for another playthrough. Unfortunately, my old saves were not saved, and I lost my high level Shadow Warrior. But that only meant that I got to play it again for the purposes of this video, and this time around I played with the Dryad class. Speaking of classes, they are a bit different in the sequel, even though Sacred 2 has the same design philosophy. You can choose between 7 different character classes, and all of them have a little backstory that plays.
Once I was a soldier. I proved myself in many battles. I never failed.
Some of the new classes are really unique, and I can't remember another ARPG which offered something similar. For example, I remember playing Temple Guardian a lot in the past, which has some very cool spells and very unique armor sets and weapons. Before you start the game, you also get to choose a campaign and a god that you worship.
Kabang.
The differences between these two campaigns are not that big. You only get some new quests and dialogue here and there, but I selected Dark Campaign this time around. This also dictates the gods that you can select, which gives you a powerful spell to cast with a long cooldown. The intro cutscene for this game is extremely well done, and I think it's one of the best intros for any game ever, without exaggerating. It shows all classes fighting a bunch of enemies with a great song from the band Blind Guardian. Which, by the way, is also featured in the game itself. There is a funny quest related to the band, and even a full-blown concert in the game. This by itself should tell you a lot about the general vibe of the game. Sacred 2 doesn't take itself too seriously, and I think it works great because of it.
What do you mean?
The first game had some great humor as well, but Sacred 2 is definitely a lot goofier. The focus on humor is a bit over-exaggerated and in your face, and not everyone will prefer this.
I was able to accomplish a small wonder today. I managed to make the air smelly out of nothing.
In my case, this only made the game a lot more memorable in general, and I still remember a lot of random situations from the game. I think this game holds up really well in terms of graphics, although you have to do some manual tweaking if you want to get a high resolution. There is only one text document that you have to manually change if you want to have 4K resolution, but anything lower than that can be tweaked in the menu. Sacred 2 looks amazing in high resolution, and even most character models look decent for a 2008 isometric ARPG. The environments still look amazing, and the sheer variety of things to see in the game is outstanding. From populated places with bunch of unique buildings that you can explore, to big open fields and different looking biomes. There is just something specific about how RPGs from this time period look, and it's not just the vibrant color
It
palettes.
was really good. Yep.
Each class begins in a different zone, just like in the first game, and you're free to explore the world however you like. You can focus on the main story, or do dozens of side quests along the way. Even though Sacred's 2 open world is massive, it's a little less open compared to the first game. The paths you can take are more narrow, which leaves a lot of space on the map inaccessible. Not a huge deal, but it's worth mentioning. While I was struggling to figure out if the level scaling exists in the first game, I can say for sure that Sacred 2 definitely uses a more aggressive style of level scaling. Enemies are always very close
Look,
to
my
your level,
pets.
which is
no,
kinda
my
dumb.
pet's not full,
But the game has a decent amount of challenge, and it keeps you on your toes in most battles. The combat itself is not very fast, and it's a bit clunky for today's standards. But the sheer variety of character builds, classes, itemization, and everything else feels very deep. You can spend hundreds of hours customizing your build, killing strongest enemies, and exploring every corner of the map. The general idea for the class progression is pretty much the same, although it's even deeper this time around. You can loot weapon arts from enemies, and just like in the first game, you have an NPC who can help you getting the ones you need. It's even easier than in Sacred 1 because you can select the exact weapon art you need, as long as you have the other weapon arts to invest. Your abilities have smaller passive trees that you can increase as well, which is a brand new feature. And now you have to select a bunch of passive skills to progress upon leveling up. This makes it easier to plan out your build and just dump leveling up points in abilities you wish to use. All classes have unique armor pieces and some weapons. I tried to do something different for this playthrough just to make it more interesting. I essentially played the game as a third-person action RPG with particular camera settings that you can get from the Steam guides. It's not perfect, but it works surprisingly well. Like I said, the gameplay is not extremely fast, especially in the beginning, so it doesn't require much precision. The combos are back, and you can combine a bunch of spells together. I did use a lot of combos for my Shadow Warrior before, but for my Dryad, I found it easier to just use my regular keybinds for spells. Although my character is still not very high level, so that could change in the future. It's still very impressive to see your character cast a bunch of abilities at once with only one button press. It's even more impressive when the casting animation continues on another enemy when your primary target dies. I also love how flexible the weapon system is in the game. I focused on ranged attacks, but I also started dumping points into sword weapon skill, and I frequently switched between a couple of different weapon sets. The visual progression in the game can put to shame some new games in this genre. Each piece of gear looks unique, and you have very nice looking items to collect regardless of your character class. Once again, all classes have exclusive gear that you can loot and equip, and you'll get items for all classes as you play. If you get into Sacred 2, you're probably going to play more than one class anyway. The mount system from the first game is back. This time around, each class has some unique mounts that you can get, but you also find a bunch of regular horses. Mounts feel better than before, and you have to get those unique mounts for your class if you plan to use your combat arts while mounted. You can't use combat arts on regular horses. I still think this game suffers a bit when it comes to transparency of objects, although even some brand new ARPGs like Last Epoch have the same issue. It's a nitpicky critique because it doesn't ruin the overall experience, but it's certainly annoying when it happens. Some dungeons are very
Damn,
annoying to
man.
explore because of this, and you're pretty
Only
much
for
forced to
412
constantly
off the
rotate
bat.
the camera.
Son of a
Speaking
bitch.
of which, the ability to rotate the camera is always a very welcoming feature in ARPGs. Unfortunately, many new ARPGs don't allow you to do this. The only reason for that I can think of is because you actually have to make almost every asset in 3D, and if you can't rotate the camera, you can probably get away with some less complex 2.5D assets. Listen, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, I'm not a game developer, these are just my impressions. The bottom line is, I prefer to see a rotating camera in ARPGs. The bosses in the game can be really hard to kill, especially in early to mid game.
Your skill has
The
increased.
optional and
Yeah.
side quest bosses you can find can have a ton of health and decent mechanics for a 2008 ARPG. The most important thing is, it's still very fun for me to kill these bosses and solve quests. I'm sure there is at least some dose of nostalgia here, but I still think this game aged pretty well, despite the jankiness. I think Sacred 2 did an amazing job as a sequel, although not every Sacred fan
too.
would
Your
agree.
skill has increased.
Many people prefer the first game, but to be honest, I think they are heavily influenced by nostalgia.
Yeah.
It's by no means a bad game. Sacred 1 is still amazing, but I would recommend playing Sacred 2 if you only want to play one of these games.
Yep.
But if you have the time, you should play both of these games for sure.
Your skill has increased.
Sacred Citadel is a beat-em-up side-scroller that came out in 2013. This is obviously a spin-off game, and it wasn't developed by Ascaron like the first two Sacred games. In fact, Ascaron was closed down in 2009, unfortunately. Even so, we still got two more Sacred games that we need to talk about, and Sacred Citadel is one of them. For some stupid reason, the highest resolution you can select in this game is 1600 by 900. But you can change the resolution in the text file, and Full HD or 4K works fine when you do that. If you ever played any beat-em-up games, you'll know exactly what
I
to
don't
expect.
want to know about the rest of these. They aren't good games. Come on, man, attack. Come on, attack, damn it. Come on, man. Let's go get this thing on. I don't want to die. We're almost through this.
Incoming Tau.
Yes.
Incoming Tau.
Four warrior seekers, huh? Okay, well, 2, 3, 4, ooh. Game through the same time, yeah. I'll work on it, but there's so much shit to do. I don't have Sky.
the highest resolution you can select in this game is 1600 by 9.
Yeah, Pillars of Eternity before Avowed. What do you mean before Avowed? Yeah. Let's see. Thank you, Mega Mad Vlad R, for the excellent content from Mr.
Obsidian Entertainment, the
channel.
makers of Grounded, The Outer Worlds, and Fallout New Vegas, are currently hard at work on another game. This game is called Avowed. You might even equate it to being Obsidian's very own Elder Scrolls. Why is that, you ask?
It is
While
better.
it may be a new title, it's also part of an already existing game series called Pillars of Eternity, not to be mistaken with Path of Exile. That's a completely different game.
I want him to start over again, I'm sorry.
Obsidian Entertainment,
Obsidian.
the makers of Grounded, The Outer Worlds, and Fallout New Vegas, are currently hard at work on another game.
Oh,
This
yeah,
game is
Avowed.
called
Yeah.
Avowed.
Cool.
You might even equate it to being Obsidian's very own Elder Scrolls. Why is that, you ask?
Ooh.
While it may be a new title, it's also part of an already
Obsidian
existing
Elder
game
Scrolls, you
series
say?
called Pillars of Eternity.
Oh,
not
Avowed
to
is
be
part of
mistaken with Path of
Pillars
Exile.
of
That's a
Eternity.
completely different game. Avowed has a different name, and it might be because the gameplay is vastly different from its predecessors. Avowed is going to be in a very similar style to the Elder Scrolls, and that's a big departure from the games it comes from. From what we've seen so far, it appears to be a single-player, open-world, choice-driven RPG with a first-person perspective. I'm a huge fan of the Elder Scrolls in that genre of games, so I'm very much looking forward to playing Avowed when it releases next year in 2024. That said, I know next to nothing about the world it hails from. I wanted to get to see and know where Avowed would be taking place, to have another series to look forward to, and understand the references it'll no doubt make. That's why we'll be taking a look at the first in the series here. The first, Pillars of Eternity. Being made during a time when money was a bit tighter and harder to acquire, Pillars of Eternity was a crowdfunded game on Kickstarter back in September 2012 from over 77,000 people. After being in hard development, the game released in 2015 to good success. It even received some awards that year. Pillars of Eternity was inspired by Infinity Engine games like Baldur's Gate and even Icewind Dale. And when I say Baldur's Gate, I don't mean that new game. I mean the original two games made by the...
Why did you do this? Whoa. Whoa. Ooh.
Yeah, those games. The game did well enough to have the developers make a DLC story for it called The White March, which released in two separate installments of parts 1 and 2. Not only did it get a DLC, but it also spawned a sequel by the name Pillars of Eternity 2, Dead Fire. I'll be getting to the sequel another time. For now, let's hop into the first game proper. Welcome to the incredibly intriguing world of Pillars of Eternity. One of the biggest things to note about the board games is that they're set in their own world developed by Obsidian. From how the setting is, to the Pantheon, to how physics work, it's kind of a traditional fantasy setting with their own spin on it. To say it's inspired by Baldur's Gate isn't calling this series a knockoff in any way. This is Obsidian's own take in that genre of game. The first thing players will see when they click New Game is the various difficulties. You can go as easy as story time, which focuses specifically on giving you the story over the challenging gameplay, all the way up to Path of the Damned. Now, this game is pretty tough normally for anyone that isn't familiar with this style of gameplay. Even easy is actually pretty hard, so Path of the Damned is if you're a straight up masochist. There are also two different modifiers you can turn on called Expert Mode, which basically doesn't hold your hand in any way, and Trial of Iron. If you get a game over, your file is deleted, so good luck. The next thing people will notice is how the story starts. It doesn't start with a
No,
flashy
I know.
cutscene.
I'm starting to learn what games to stay away from, and isometric isn't it. I want to watch this video I watched about Fallout 76 creator makes new game. Or whatever. Can't remember. Okay.
What is going on, y'all? It is Fargas here.
Thank you, Fargas for oh my god, for the excellent content from Mr. Map, like and sub to your channel.
You're having a great and wonderful day out there in the wasteland, friends. Today we're going to be talking about something that every player should be doing out there in the wastelands of Appalachia after this most recent update to Fallout 76. Remember, friends, if you enjoy this type of content, make sure to hit that subscribe button, that bell notification icon, and drop us a like. Let's get in here and talk about it, y'all. Now, friends, after this most recent update to Fallout 76, Bethesda and Double 11 added in a feature that I think is absolutely amazing. It allows players to start a new character at level 20 with some amazing perk loadouts already ready for you just to pick and try out there in the Wasteland. And now, friends, you may be sitting there thinking to yourself, Gassy, I already have a tune that I play Fallout 76 with. I have put so much time and effort into making this build. Why would I want to start a new character from level 20? And now, friends, as I always say on my YouTube streams, that answer is absolutely subjective to what the player is looking for from this new character selection, because I got inspired from Wiggle Plays to make new characters, to try out different weapons, different subsets, and sometimes even no weapons at all. Right now, we're currently doing a hobo shotgun build where I cannot build a camp. I have to live out of other people's camps, my tent, the White Spring,
that's what
or
I've been
the
doing.
Nuka World on tour. But friends, the reason that I think that every Vault Dweller should start a new character at level 20 is the fact that you can turn this new character into a mule. Now, if you don't know how to mule, or you don't know what muling is, we have a video already on this topic on how to mule in Fallout 76 with or without Fallout First. And that video will be in the description and at the end of this video. And now, friends, if you take your one or many of your new characters that you decided to level up in Fallout 76 and turn into mules, the reason that you want to level them up is because there are many weight modifier cards that can go onto those characters, and with my mules, I like to give them themes. Now, friends, if you don't understand what I mean when I say give your mule a theme, you can turn your mule into a script mule that can hold the excess legendary weapons and armor, and you would give that mule the weight modifier cards for the armor and weapons that it's going to be holding. Now, friends, another reason that I think you should get a new character in Fallout 76 deals with food. Now, I don't care if you took a mutation to become a carnivore or a herbivore, or if you don't have a mutation and you're just an omnivore. You see, food goes bad after a certain amount of time. This is something that every Fallout 76 player has had to deal with. That double XP, and you want your food buffs, but my Lanta, my cranberry relish just went bad. My tasty squirrel stew just went bad. Friends, this can all be fixed with a new character. You see, food has a degradation point as that character is playing. Even with Good with Salt, it may take longer, but the food will still spoil. And I know some players might be sitting there thinking, well, Gassy, I have a freezer. Why would I care about putting all of my food onto another character? Well, friends, remember, you have a freezer that has a certain amount of items that you can put into it. Now, the new character with the Through Hiker and Good with Salt, that's more of a deep freezer. Because remember, friends, there is no degradation on a food item until a player loads into a server. So all of that awesome food that you have on your new character in Fallout 76 will just sit there in deep storage until that new character logs onto a server to transfer that item to you. But y'all, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy day to check this video out, and let me know in the comments section below, are you planning on making a new character in Fallout 76? Seriously, y'all, thank you so much. Hopefully you're having a great and wonderful day out there in the Wasteland, friends, and I'd love to thank our channel members, the Frugan, Just Jake, Herb, Frost, Blood, Sebastian, Nova, Prophet, Zach, CRM, Blaze, Mataz, Bud, Cranberry, Relish, Gravy Train, I, Mr. Minachu, Andy, Warren, Coma, Patrick, Super Lucky, Katie, Ghost, Petty, Lewis, Force, James, Purple Days, Hokey, Bo, Crab King, Articular, Mike, Vermilion, George, Ian, Jesse, Zen, Turkey, Ratty Star, POTUS Gaming, Space Zero, Airly, Ozzy, Valeria, Ratho, Alex, Vicky, Fabio, Megsley, Landy, Tonks, Dale, Crackerjack, Robin, Stabby, Carl, Ed, Bay, Jordan, IK,
Oh my
Scott,
god, shut up, dude. I'm sorry. This is DTD Gamer. I'd like to sub to your channel. Thank you. Ooh, kind of loud. I don't know where the volume's up so loud.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another Fallout 76 video on the channel. Yes, it is a comic shop brought in a new item, which is actually pretty insane. So as always, when I rush through the Atomic Shop each and every Tuesday, I do sometimes miss bits, and this time I actually missed a really important factor. This is a new generator set that's been added in to Fallout 76, and if you actually
I don't care about that. I know it's nice, but
it is far.
This isn't good enough. Go back. Oh, really? I didn't know this. Lone Vault one. Thank you, Lone Vault Wanderer. Thank you.
What's up, everyone? It's
the excellent
me,
content
Lone.
from
I'm
Michigan.
back. As you can see, I'm in my new setup, ready to start making videos once again. But unfortunately, my first video back is not going to be the happiest one. I finally had time to look at what
wow, one hit. Huh?
If you don't know what's going on, essentially BGS is in the process of winding down its current scoreboard style of seasons in favor of something that's a little bit more reminiscent of Fortnite or Helldivers 2, where essentially it's a seasons pass or a battle pass style of system. And understandably, people have been expressing their concerns and also frustrations in the changes that BGS is about to make from March 26th. So in today's video, I want to tell you everything that's going on with all these changes and this new style of Seasons Pass system, and then I want to express my thoughts and opinions throughout. So if you enjoy this video and you find it helpful, please like, subscribe if you're new, with notifications if that's possible. But let's get into
I'm so used to the map
first
being
up,
able to
let's talk
jump
about this
now.
Bethesda.net article. It is linked in the description below, and it's titled Seasons Updates Coming with Fallout 76 Season 16 Duel with the Devil. It starts off by saying Season 16 Duel with the Devil begins March 26th. Before you jump into the game, read all about the upgrades you can expect.
March 26th.
Now keep in mind, BGS is trying to sell this thing to you, right? They're trying to make it sound as fun and as exciting as humanly possible. That's why they're using words like upgrades, and as you'll see, other phrases like more flexibility. But that doesn't necessarily mean, objectively, this new style of system is actually an upgrade. In fact, if you talk to many in the community, they believe it's a downgrade in different areas. It's all about your perspective and your opinion on it, right? You might think it's an upgrade, others might think it's a downgrade. It's subjective. So just read between the lines when Bethesda uses words like upgrades and stuff like that, because it doesn't necessarily mean that's true. But moving on, again, it uses the word
I suppose I don't have the tools to totally
is
deal with
updating
these
from a
things.
scoreboard to a Seasons Pass system, featuring pages and tickets, allowing you more flexibility in claiming rewards. You'll continue to earn score and rank up by completing daily and weekly challenges, the same as before. And that is true, technically right now at the time of this recording. We don't know what the challenges are going to be. Are they the same as before? Are there some differences? Are there huge differences? We don't know that as of yet. Moving on, here are where some more of the changes actually happen. As you earn rank, you can unlock more season passes. Each season you see what rewards are available ahead of time. Get a closer look at those rewards and earn the ones you really want by each time you earn you will get the right ones. You can redeem those tickets.
Oh my god!
Pages that you have already unlocked.
I needed to
So
roll.
right now we don't know when each page actually unlocks until you get to rank 100. We know what page unlocks when you get to rank 100, but the in-between, we don't know when the pages actually unlock. But at least when you do unlock those pages, you get to spend your tickets on whatever rewards you want. And there is a good illustration here in terms of how that looks. I'll show you an even better page in a second. So I'm going to demonstrate that to you. But let's continue in this article. Even after rank 100, you can still acquire and redeem tickets for a variety of player vanity, camp and consumable items. Make sure to use your tickets because they do expire at the end of the season. Here they're technically talking about how, in the current scoreboard when you reach rank 100 and you can keep ranking up to get the repeatable consumables, that's the equivalent here, and there is a page for that in this new style of season. But before we get to that, I do want to talk about this here, because they mentioned a season pass. Get premium rewards with your season pass. Fallout First members automatically get free access to the Fallout First Seasons Pass, which includes premium rewards. Don't worry if you are not already a Fallout First member, you can still get in on the extra rewards by picking up a Fallout First Seasons Pass for 1,500 atoms in the Atomic Shop. So just like with the current season, there are extra rewards if you have Fallout First. So that's not different. What is different here is that now you can just purchase the Season Pass separately from Fallout First. I was worried that BGS would make the Season Pass completely tied in with Fallout First and have there be no separate purchase option, right? Because then the only way to get those extra rewards is by spending more money on Fallout First, and we know how expensive it can be. But now, there are two different options. If you just want to get the rewards, but not necessarily want to spend all the money on Fallout First to get the benefits that it offers, you can just buy the Seasons Pass, and just for that season, you get the extra rewards. Of course, I assume you're going to have to keep buying Seasons Passes for future seasons, but it's good that there are two options there available for you. You get Fly First, which is more expensive, or just the Seasons Pass, which is less expensive. Now that is good, and they kind of had to do that because that's how premium war bonds work in Helldivers 2 and the battle pass, the paid battle pass in Fortnite, right? So it makes sense. I will say though, I don't know how I feel about it being 1,500 atoms. That's pretty expensive, right? I was hoping maybe 1,000, maybe max 1,200. I know Bethesda wouldn't go below 1,000, but 1,500 seems a little bit expensive to me, but you let me know what you think about that in the comments below. But now let's get to how it actually works, right? So essentially there are 13 pages of rewards in this new style of system, plus 2 bonus pages. So as you can see, this is page 1. You have, again, some that are locked to Fly First, others that aren't. So if you don't have the Seasons Pass, you can still get some rewards. And as you rank up, again, we don't know which rank correlates to which pages, but as you rank up, you will unlock more of these pages. So pages 2, pages 3, pages 4, and there are rewards on all of these pages. Specifically, there are 10 rewards available on all pages if you have Fly First. If you don't have Fly First, it's less than that for you, but if you do, 10 rewards available on all pages. And once you unlock these pages, technically you can save your tickets, keep unlocking the pages that you want, so you can wait until you get the really good rewards. So for instance, if there's nothing here that I want, and nothing here that I want, but there's some cool rewards here on page 3 and page 4, I don't need to spend tickets on rewards here because I will unlock these pages at different ranks, and then I can save my tickets to buy the rewards that I want, like the Cremator for instance. So that's what BGS means by more flexibility. There is one caveat to this with the last bonus reward page. I will go through that later, trust me, but that is how the actual system works. So because there are 15 pages in total, 10 rewards on each page, overall there are 150 rewards. So very similar to what we used to get, or what we're currently getting in the scoreboard style of this season. There is a negative though when it comes to how many rewards are available for 100. It's actually less than before, but we'll get to that in the next video. But if you actually exclude, again I'll show you this last page, this is all the repeatable consumables that you can get on the scoreboard. If you exclude these rewards, there are essentially 140 regular rewards. The rewards on this page are very expensive.
Oh!
We're going to talk about that too. But we're going to start off with the positive. I don't want to be so doom and gloom with this new style of season because on paper, I will say it does give you more flexibility. The problem with the current scoreboard style of season is that you are restricted.
Oh! Come on!
So you can
Such a
only
waste
unlock
of
those
time to
rewards
stealth
step
open
by step by
because they're
step.
just gonna
Even
kill
if
me
you see a really
anyways.
cool reward 10 paces down that you want more than everything else, you have to go through the previous ones to get to that reward. Whereas with this style of season, yes, you still have to grind through ranks to unlock the pages, but once you do, you can use your hard-earned tickets on the rewards that you actually want. So in that sense, it is better than the current season. And that's why Fortnite does it, that's why Helldivers 2 does it. This style of Seasons Pass does work, it's a little bit more flexible. But it's only more flexible if you don't have random restrictions like what's here on bonus rewards page 2. I'm going to talk about that in the negative section. Plus as well, when you talk about the quality of rewards, I will say the quality is either on par or better than previous seasons. There are some really cool rewards here, and that is nice to see. That's not necessarily because it's a new style of Seasons Pass. Bethesda can work on those rewards separately, and they're incorporated into whatever system it is, whether it's a scoreboard or whether it's a Seasons Pass. But at least it is nice to see that there are some good rewards. Especially there is a new weapon with the Cremator, and it's nice to see a new weapon in new seasons. Plus there are some really cool camp items like the water boiler, although that is tied behind Fly First. Hopefully, the construction loader is not tied behind Fly First. So some cool things here. It is nice to see
your skill has
that
increased.
The quality of the rewards, in my opinion, has not dropped. You might differ on that opinion. I know it differs from season to season, but I believe that the quality is pretty much there. But let's get to the negatives, right? And I want to take my time and be really, careful with this system because I do have concerns. I do have frustrations. And when we actually get the thing, it might not be so bad, but this is currently what I can see with this new style of season. And Angry Turtle did make a very good video himself on this point. I'll link it in the description below. We're going to start off with a number of rewards. I just said that overall, there's a very equivalent number of rewards in this system compared to the current scoreboard
Your skill
system,
has
right?
increased.
But the problem is, there's not the similar number of rewards when you get to equivalent ranks. And what do I mean by that? In the current style of scoreboard seasons, when you get to rank 99, you have 98 rewards because you don't have a reward when you get to rank 1. So at rank 99, you have 98 rewards that you can claim. Then when you get to rank 100, there's a bunch of rewards in that last rank, so you get over 100 without Full Life First. That's the current style of season, yeah? And if you do have Full Life First, as you go through the scoreboard, there are bonus rewards you can claim, and about there are 50. So if you have Full Life First, by the time you get to rank 100, you have over 150 rewards that you can claim. So over 100 if you don't have Full Life First, over 150 if you do have Full Life First.
Your skill has increased.
In the current scoreboard style of season. Now let's go on to this style of season, and I'm going to go to this page here because from what we can see, as you can see, this person here is at rank 100 out of 100, and they've just unlocked this page. If you go to the next page, this next page here, it's not unlocked. You can see there are lock symbols here, but when you get here at rank 100, all of these are available to purchase. This is bonus rewards page 1. So effectively, getting to here is the equivalent of getting to rank 100 in the previous style of season. So how many rewards are actually available to you once you get here? The problem is that you need tickets to be able to buy the rewards that you want. So it's not a completely clear-cut answer. But very roughly, when you get to bonus rewards page 1, so there are technically 10 rewards per page, so there are 14 pages with that, 140 rewards in total if you have Full Life First. That's compared to over 150.
Your skill has increased.
So there are even less, but the problem is, as I mentioned, you can't get all these rewards straight away. It's going to take you a while because they're so expensive to get all these rewards on bonus rewards page 1. So you actually, in practice, you're probably having less than 140 once you get to rank 100. If you don't have Full Life First, it's even less than that because you have so many rewards here that are locked behind Full Life First, so you don't get those. So when you get to rank 100, you get less rewards compared to the current scoreboard in an equivalent sense, if that makes sense, right? So that's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate, even though overall there are the same amount of rewards or a similar amount of rewards, you're going to have to grind way more to get access and be able to purchase them all. That is one of the big negatives when it comes to this new Seasons Pass system. They have absolutely made it more grindy to get everything that we want. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing that I want to say is that how much it actually takes to get all the rewards. I've done the math, all right? I have calculated how much it costs to get everything. Again, we're going to exclude all these repeatable rewards because they don't quite count. I'm talking about the regular rewards. If you want to unlock everything, what rank do you need to get to? How many tickets does it cost? So across pages 1 to 13 plus bonus reward page 1, all the rewards cost 3,735 tickets, yeah? And because you get 25 tickets per rank, when you get to rank 100, when this page actually opens, you only have 2,500 tickets. And that's what I was saying before. There is no way you're able to unlock everything. Unless you save all of your tickets to just purchase these rewards, which most people won't do. At rank 100, you can't get everything. To get to that number of tickets, 3,735, you need to get to rank 150, because at that stage, you will have 3,750 tickets, and that's when you can get literally every single one of these rewards. That's why we're saying that it's way more grind to get absolutely everything. Now, of course, you don't need to get everything. The benefit with this system is that if you don't like certain rewards, like I don't want a basic repair kit, I don't need perk coins anymore, you know, blah, 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 whatever it might be, I can save my tickets and get the ones that I want. So in practice, you might get to this page and think I've gotten everything that I need, and it's better than the previous system because I haven't unlocked a bunch of useless crap that I don't want, right? But if you are the type of person that's a completionist and does want everything, like you used to get when you reach rank 100 in the current scoreboard style of system, then you're going to have to grind way more. You're going to have to get to rank 150. That's math. That is a reality. So let me know what you think about that. The next negative is when it comes to atoms. Unfortunately, especially if you have Full Life First, there are less atoms available in this new style of Seasons Pass format. So I want to highlight this Reddit post by Captain Skulls. They say the following. In the previous scoreboards, non-Full Life First users could get a total of 2,000 atoms by the end of the scoreboard, right? the new scoreboard, or the new style of season, has the same final amount, but half of it is Flight First exclusive. I went through every page and did the numbers. Non-Fly First users only get 1,000 atoms total in this new scoreboard. Getting free atoms is getting harder and harder. And that's another reason to go and buy Fly First. They're trying to push us towards Fly First or just buying atoms outright using real money. It's really unfortunate to see if you don't have Fly First. You are getting
209 for
atoms
Banish
overall.
God too.
And then let's get to the kicker, right? This is even if you have Fly First. Even if you have Fly First, at this stage here, right, this is bonus rewards page 2. Effectively, this is the equivalent of when you used to get to rank 100 in the scoreboard, and as you ranked up past rank 100, you can keep unlocking different kind of consumables, and atoms were part of the roster there. So if you kept grinding,
I'm going to die.
you can keep getting free atoms. Obviously, it's not free, it's your time, I understand that. But you could keep grinding, get atoms without necessarily having to pay. And it used to be the case with this new style of season. In a developer deep dive, in this spot here where there are perk coins, atoms used to be here. So yes, once we got to this page and started ranking up and getting even more tickets, technically we could keep unlocking atoms again and again and again. We believe this is how this page works, right? We believe that each of these rewards are
I'm dead, I
repeatable
died.
and that you don't
Oh
just
well,
unlock them
I don't know why
once
3
and that's
came, but
it.
okay.
So when it comes to repair kits or the carry rate boosters or whatever, so long as you have 75 tickets, we believe the idea is you can keep unlocking these again and again and again. So
Can't
when
get that
atoms were
key
here,
to drop.
we were all
It's
like,
so
great, there's at least another
annoying.
way to keep grinding for atoms. Even though it's more of a grind, at least the option is there. Not anymore. Now we have perk coins, which is fine if you need perk coins, but if you don't care about perk coins, you would rather the ability to get more atoms again and again and again.
I am low blood sugar. I must pause to eat. Guys, I'm terribly sorry, but I will do so.
So it's another thing
Oops.
that they're trying to get us to spend more money on, right?
Yeah, it's
To be
just
able to
another
get atoms,
thing.
either you're getting Fly First, so you have more atoms available in the regular style of Season Pass, or you have to buy them outright, and that's unfortunate to see, especially because of how hard it is to unlock this page, and we're going to be talking about that, right? So let's talk about flexibility. There is a special requirement here. As you can see here, it says, reach rank 150 and claim 95 season rewards to unlock this page. All these other pages, all you had to do is rank up and they'll eventually unlock. You didn't need to unlock a certain amount of rewards. You could completely hoard your tickets, and when you get to this to bonus rewards page 1,
I'm gonna make some tea. I'll be right back.
Not the case with this page.
Oops, that's I don't know why you did that, but yeah, here we there we go. Terribly sorry. I'll be right back. Just gonna make something to eat. How's this doing? Yeah, this is good. That's alright. That's going okay. And then, I guess I'll make a sandwich real quick. I suppose. We'll have some seasoning.
Docking request accepted.
Okay, there we go. And I'm gonna take some cream cheese and some mayo for this one. Go the same thing. Give this to me. Yeah, run it. Bartholomew is so good. Okay, we are. How does this look? It's a sandwich, little cheesecake, little cuplet thing, and some popcorn. It's pretty good. I'm excited. We will learn more about the Fallout season. Fallout 76 is going. Fallout 76 is going. Fallout 76 is going season pass.
Not only do you need to get to rank 150,
Just
which
gonna
is
eat real quick and then I'll get back to it.
But at the same time, you also need to claim 95 season rewards. So you remember what Bethesda Game Studios and even me earlier was saying about flexibility, about how, yeah, it's great that you can hoard these tickets so you can get the rewards that you want. But if you want to unlock this page here, you have to spend them. You have to claim 95 tickets. And if you don't have Fallout First, that's even harder because there's a lot of these rewards that are locked behind Fallout First. So you're going to have to get some rewards that you don't like because you only have so many available if you want to unlock this page. And the kicker is, atoms aren't even available, right? So it'd be fine if atoms were there, so we can at least have something to strive towards, but they also removed atoms and they still have this requirement. So it's actually not quite as flexible as Bethesda is saying, at least if you want to unlock this bonus rewards page 2. If you don't care about it, then it is more flexible, but if you do want to unlock it and you don't have Fallout First, technically, it is not really that much more flexible that Bethesda is saying. So, I think we're going to have to do a top-down summary of all of this. I want to express my opinion, so let me get back to the camera review. Alright, so first of all, I want to answer this. Why is BGS doing this? Why are they introducing this new style of Seasons Pass as opposed to keeping the current scoreboard format that we have? I know it's not perfect, but many people would say, it's fine, I like it. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Why are you changing everything? I think the answer is pretty obvious. They want us to play their game more. That's abundantly clear to me. And don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with that. That's not what I'm saying. It's completely normal and understandable for a developer to want people to play their game more. In fact, that's their literal job. It's how the business works. That's not what I'm getting at. That's completely fine. But problems start to arise when you consider how BGS has gone about getting people to play their game more. Because essentially with the game, there are two big ways to get people to keep playing 76 or to come back and play the game if they have lapsed. Way number one is by introducing new actual content. And by that I mean quest lines and expansions and things like that. So think of Wastelanders, think of Steel Rain and Steel Dawn, things like that. That's way number one. Way number two is by introducing new ways to play to get rewards. And by new ways to play, I mean grind. So daily ops and expeditions, little new things that people need to do again and again and again to get all the cool rewards that they want. Those are the two big ways that BGS can get people to keep playing 76. And unfortunately, that first way of introducing new actual content is very expensive. It's very expensive to have a bunch of developers sit down and develop a quest for months, if not years on end, or an expansion for months and years on end. It takes so much time, so much money, so much resources to get them to develop something like Wastelanders or even Steel Rain and Steel Dawn. That's why we don't see it often, because I've said this many times in the past, the team working on BGS right now, even if you consider Double 11 as part of the equation, the team working on the game right now, it's clearly as small as it's ever been. It's nowhere close to the team that was working on Wastelanders, right? That is so clear. So because of that, they don't have as many people and as many resources available to keep working on new quests and new expansions. So what are they going to do in that situation? They're going to look at way number 2, or let's introduce new things that are a little bit easier and quicker for us to develop, but in our minds, still get people to keep playing the game again and again and again. That's why we see expeditions. That's why we saw daily ops. And that's why we're seeing this new style of Seasons Pass. There's a reason Fortnite does it. There's a reason Helldivers 2 does it. And I'm not, justifying it or anything. I'm telling you the hard facts. There is a reason why season passes are industry standard. It's because it works, and BGS knows that, and that's why they're doing this. They don't have the manpower, they don't have the resources, they don't have the money to create actual content, so they need to look to grind to get people to keep playing the game. And that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we are here with 76, because I've said this so many times. The game has so much bloody potential, and I just want to see it prosper, but this is not the way that I would like to see it prosper. I know people are going to keep playing, and they're probably going to play even more and grind even more, because there are some cool rewards to obtain in this new Seasons Pass, but I would just like to see different types of content to get people to keep playing the game. I want to see more stuff like Wastelanders. I want to see more stuff like Still Rain and Still Dawn, but it's abundantly clear we're not going to be getting that at this stage. So what should they do, right? If you were to ask me, in a perfect world, what I believe BGS should be doing, of course I would like them to revert it back. I would like them to revert it back because, to be honest, even though it wasn't perfect, I didn't mind scoreboards, even though you had to go piece by piece to get everything. I didn't mind scoreboards. I thought the theming of scoreboards was cool, and how they incorporated the rewards with that. That's still part of the new system, but I liked scoreboards. Revert it back. I think everyone will be happy with that. But if they do want to keep the new system, and I think that they will, I think there are several things they can do to make people a little bit happier. Number 1, reduce how expensive the rewards are, especially on page 14 or bonus rewards page 1. The amount of tickets that you need to spend to get those rewards are astronomical. I don't agree how you have to get to rank 150 to be able to unlock everything, especially when before in scoreboards, all you needed to do was get to rank 100 to be able to unlock that number of rewards, right? I understand, I even said this, that you can hoard your tickets and get the rewards that you want. So by 100, you probably have all the rewards that you want anyways, but it's an equivalence argument. Before at 100, we got a certain number of rewards, and now objectively, we are getting access to less, and to me, that needs to be rectified. So how do you do that? You either make the actual rewards cost less in terms of tickets, or you give us more tickets every time we rank up. Tomato, tomato, it's the same result. I would hope that when we get to rank 100 in this new Seasons Pass, we at least have most of the rewards. I understand if they don't want to give us all the rewards at 100, and they want us to grind a little bit more, but at 100, most of the rewards, and maybe 110, 120 is where we need to get everything, if they want to make it a little bit more grindy. But 150 to me is just way too much. It's way too much grind involved. So that's what I believe that they should change. Also as well, let's get to bonus rewards page 2. That requirement of 150 and claiming 95 rewards, way too high. Get rid of that second bit. We should not need to claim 95 rewards, because it undermines your argument of this being more flexible. Absolutely it does. If you're used to getting those repeatable consumables, now you're like, oh, now I have to actually spend tickets on some rewards that I don't want just so I can unlock that page. Get rid of that, and maybe make the rank requirement 120, 125. To me, that would be fairer. Plus as well, make non-Fallout First members have more access to atoms, and introduce repeatable atoms as part of bonus.
I like this guy. He's very logical.
Especially if you're not changing the requirements. If you're going to keep them at 150 and claiming 95 rewards, absolutely atoms need to be part of that. Otherwise, it's just way too unfair to grind to that stage and you still can't get atoms to show for it. So anyways, that's my opinion on the matter. Let me know what you think in the comments below. And until next time, this has been the Lone Vault Wanderer. Please take care of yourselves, and would you kindly keep fighting the good fight.
Uh-oh. Thank you, thank you, Submerged Clips. I'd like to sub to your channel.
My friends, we are going to talk about is good old Camelot Unchained. And I've been talking about this game for a while. If you don't know, it's an MMORPG in development. Popped up before some of the ones on Kickstarter that you saw, like Ashes of Creation came through. We had Chronicles of Illyria, the greatest scam starter of all time, in my humble opinion. And we had Camelot Unchained well ahead of that. Now, Mark Jacobs is the guy behind Dark Age of Camelot, MMORPG many people have seen in the past. It's known as one of the greats in the genre. Now, Camelot Unchained article was posted on MMORPG.com. Why am I covering MMORPG.com? Because they do just as good of a job of summarizing the information as I could go do reading the information over there. I also looked at the article over on Camelot Unchained and looked at this, and all I gotta say is it's good to know that sometimes when you call it how you see it, it is just as your instincts predicted. What do I...
I'll be right back. Sorry, I gotta wash my dishes. Ouch. That was good. Feel a lot better. I haven't eaten today. And I walked for like 4 miles and shit. I walked so long today for like 2.5 hours or something like that. I don't even think about it, and I've just been starving myself. But trying to lose weight, and I'm doing it. I'm slowly doing it.
Camelot Unchained expected to release in 2025 as City State Entertainment rebrands to Unchained.
It's weird because I feel like I can go back to Camelot right now. It's weird. I've never done it. I liked the little visit that I did do. It felt like you could do a lot with it. It's just you had to learn a lot. But it had a lot of potential to it. Whoa. Oh, you guys can't see this, huh? It's funny. Whoa. Machine kill assist. Son of a bitch, the horse killed it. Oh. Ah. Nice, I got him. That's good. I'm gonna go save again. Those things were annoying. It's just down the road. I wonder if I can save like the progress of killing them and keep the road clean. That was good. There's some good progress right there. I finally got some progress. These things have been killing me hardcore. They're hard in this mode. Ooh, 120. Look, I'm getting 120. Not bad, not bad. Delivery box 2K. I should just camp the damn... Oh, that walk is so brutal. I gotta stop doing the walk. Gotta stop pulling extra stuff. I should just leave the camp there, like only wait at the camp and when I'm busy. So let's listen about Camelot Unchanged.
Entertainment. I have a theory. My theory has been that Camelot Unchained is not about the MMORPG first. It is about the engine first, the game second. The game is what was there to bring in your funding, in my opinion, to help fund this engine that Mark Jacobs wants to make his crowning achievement next to other things in his career. And so let's look at the article. It outlines it well. Camelot Unchained developer, it's misspelled, but City State Entertainment has undergone a rebrand, now calling itself Unchained Entertainment. The company revealed today this comes with new funding, which we talked about like 6 months ago or something like that. But funding and a push towards the release of the first game, Final Stand Ragnarok. You are really going to push this game that people have
Final Stand Ragnarok
criticized you for?
Oh yeah, you know, Mortals make, you know, I never looked into it, but Mortals got this new Mortal MMO. And I forgot about this. Mortal has a new MMO coming. New Mortal MMO. It's like, what are they going to do with Mortal Online 2? I guess they're done with it. I don't think they really need to do much more with it. New Mortal Sci-Fi MMO. Mortal Exodus. There we go. Mortal Exodus, right? Mortal Exodus. It's a reveal trailer has been used to exploit your Wallace new Mortal Exodus. Mortal Exodus. Okay, this is by Narc. Fucking Narc did this. I don't want to hear about Narc and Mortal. Sawman UK, Kira. Okay, let's hear what Kira has to say.
Somebody linked this to me yesterday and said, opinions, you know, what do you think about this? And I saw the name Mortal Exodus and I was confused because obviously I know Mortal from Mortal Online, the game developed by Starvault. And then, of course, subsequently Mortal Online 2, which released not super long ago. I believe it's still in early access. And it's a game that I thoroughly enjoyed the time that I played with it. At least Mortal Online 1, Mortal Online 2's just not got the stuff I want to play, even though I do think it is still eventually going to be a better game than Mortal Online 1, and one I'll definitely go back to at some point. I love sandbox games, I love survival games, I love full loop PvP MMOs. Don't super have the time to play them now, and of course being in Asia, probably not going to get good enough ping to play anyways, but when I go back to Europe, I'll definitely give Mortal Online 2 another shot. I said originally I wouldn't go back and cover it again, of course, because the player base at that point was down to like 900 post-release, but no matter what people say, and of course we're going to go through a lot of negatives here and a lot of negative headlines regarding Starvault and Mortal Online 2, the game's been objectively getting more popular over time, and this is a span of months. And very rarely does that happen with MMOs. And you're going to point at the fact that it's only a couple thousand concurrent players. And I'm going to say, for the amount of people that work on this and the type of game it is, that's still good. There's
It
people
got
that
too
just
late.
irrationally hate full loot sandbox PvP games. Instead of just
Yeah.
thinking that, you know, they're not for me, but they are for some other people, people just don't want them to exist for some reason. As if you only like chocolate ice cream, we should abolish all other flavors just to suit you. I think it's good to have different kinds of games, and Mortal Online 2, despite its flaws,
Hey, there's
the
Volvo,
development
but
team, despite their flaws,
I gotta go back.
are delivering a product that some people want, and it's hundreds of thousands, millions of people. It's just not quite there yet. But when you release a game into early access and it's missing so much of the content you need for the game to be sustainably fun, which again, once that comes in, it's probably going to do considerably better than it is now. Announcing that you're developing another game is never going to go down, even if the details are getting lost in the weeds a little bit. So they released this trailer, and I'll not play all of it. I'll not play the music generally. It's just got this weird voice in the background, and it's essentially, when I was looking at it first, 'cause I didn't read anything into it, I was like, this looks like Mortal Online. And then they zoomed out, and they're in space. And then you see the face of one of the character races in the game. And I was just so fucking confused as to what was going on here. And obviously what people are upset about is you've released an early access MMO that's missing most of the content, like territory control, for instance, which is the main feature of Mortal Online. It's a sandbox world in which what you will be fighting over is territory, and yet the game as it stands right now has no territory control, so you can't build anything in the open world. So you're not building these big towns and cities and blocking things off and fighting over resources. It's essentially a sandbox without all too much sand. So you've released a game in this state, and then come out and say, oh, there's another game being developed. People are rightly going to be upset. Now, what MO2 and the developers are saying is that this changes the development of MO2. It says 100% Mortal Online to be on territory control and fixing bugs. And we're looking to further expand the team in bottleneck areas. Mortal Exodus is not a sequel to Mortal Online 2, and it has not and won't affect Mortal Online 2 development in any way. Many systems and components made for MO2 are transferable and will be passed on to Mortal Exodus, which will be worked on by a different team. Mortal Exodus is a long-term project for the future that will help the development of MO2. I've read this from so many developers, unless they've had a company come in and say, we're going to give you X million dollars to develop a new game, but the money we give you can't be used for Mortal Online 2, which is possible. I will leave that out there as like a possibility because I don't know. That does happen. That has happened. And you can pitch games like, oh, we can make this type of thing to investors, and maybe they say, you know, we'll give you money to do that. So Mortal Online 2 is the most important focus of Starboard. We're spending all our resources and focus on making sure we can deliver TC in a balanced and stable way, and in improving new player experience, lots of polish, new player recruitment, guild notice boards, and improved standing and criminal system. All cool things, yeah. Next week we're going to focus on TC stream that will go through in more depth how the system will work and what can be expected. We're also planning to do a public test session to test TC and secure it before going live, which we will announce the details when we're closer to this step. Oh, so they do literally go over it here. In mind, there's a few key points with elaborations. When work is done on Mortal Exodus, it will be done with funds.
What killed me? Where did you come from? There was no warning or anything at all.
Now, obviously, I can't confirm whether this is a lie, but if we take on surface level what they're saying as fact, which, as far as I'm aware, Starbolt is publicly traded as a business, I think. As you can see here, unless this has changed, which I've not heard anything about it, Starbolt is a publicly traded company. So if you were to be lying publicly about this, I'm fairly sure that's a financial crime, so it probably wouldn't be a very good idea, so I do have to take them on face value on this one. Mortal Exodus will only be worked on by a third party, not the MO team. This is something we've seen much concern over the announcement, that people are worried this new project will sap resources and developer time from MO2. This is not the case, and you can rest assured that MO2 will never be compromised due to the development of Mortal Exodus.
No, Starvault's a company.
About the fact that these funds are
Starvault's a company, they've made a lot of money. And there's only so much they need to dump into Mortal, and I wouldn't be surprised if they want to try something else. I wouldn't really blame them either. They have a lot of talent.
Only for the purpose of developing Mortal Exodus, so it's not funding that could have gone to MO2. So that for me clears this up. And while I'm not saying you can't be upset by this, I think if you read this and just assume that they're not lying, which would be stupid to do, there's not that much reason to be upset. Because, like I say, this is something that commonly happens. Now, can I imagine a world in which somebody looks at the track record of Mortal Online and Star Vault and say, yeah, that's definitely a company I'm going to go and invest millions of dollars into to release another game? When so far they've released multiple games and most of them are not at all popular and definitely never been super commercially viable. No, I can't really imagine that. But if that's what they're saying, then I don't really have to imagine it, do I? Mortal Exodus will be based in the same universe, but it's a separate game to MO2. Mortal Exodus is not MO3, it is essentially MO2 but in a different setting using the same technology and systems.
Oh, it's it's essentially MO2 but in a different setting. Oh, so I might like it more. Okay.
Community are not partial to or excited for a sci-fi.
They want to obtain more resources for Mortal Online 2.
Again, please know that our goal is to obtain more resources for MO2, which this project will allow for. Yeah, I know optically this is never going to look good, and most people just flat out refuse to read anything. They just get their opinions, they see something, they immediately react to it, and then don't onboard any more information to inform their opinions. But this is not wrong. Of course, if X is true, then Y, that's what we're going with here. If it's true that they've got funding specifically for this game, releasing another game, even if it fails, doesn't do anything to MO2. And if it does succeed, then of course, more money for the company gets bigger, better for MO2. As long as what they've said originally is true. I still believe that, of course, Henrik is probably going to have his time split because he is still the main man at the company. But I think that's really the only angle you can attack this at of being like a negative thing. Other than optically, which of course it's always optically going to be bad because, like I say, people don't read. Mortal Exodus will be a byproduct that comes automatically from the development and creation of MO2 and the team building the systems used in the game. These same systems can be used by an external team that makes use of what has been produced for MO2 to build a game set in the universe's future that we can all benefit from. Although we will be here for many years and Mortal Online 2 is far and away our main focus, we are excited about the future of this new project and to see what it will offer fans of the genre. We're currently focusing 100% on delivering TC, followed by the Epic Games patch for MO2. So yeah, what I saw on social media, like the social media posts, on specifically on the main MMORPG subreddit, which I don't even know why I fucking bother looking at that at this point. People were saying, oh, you know, they've released an early access game and then they're releasing another one as a cash grab. Clearly not read this, which maybe those comments were before this was, you know, clarified on. And again, it's possible that they're lying. I just don't think that would be the case with it being a publicly traded company. It's not generally allowed. And while stranger things have happened, it has obviously come to that conclusion. But in general, like PR-wise, this always looks dog shit, especially in the way it was announced. All I saw was the trailer and people going wild in the comments, which is, you can see, a massive dislike ratio and just a bunch of comments talking shit, which is understandable considering the state of MO2 and the state of MO1 all those years. Either way, that's Mortal Exodus. It makes sense, but at the same time, the memes write itself. Hopefully this won't mean an exodus of Mortal Online 2 players if the game continues to do well, because there is an audience for this. I'm not sure how much of an audience for Mortal Exodus, but I guess we'll see. Either way, thanks for watching. See you next time. Peace out.
With the followed Amazon
I don't
series
like
right
the
around
music.
the corner,
I'm gonna turn
with
it
people
off.
asking my thoughts on it in my stream chat, I figure I'd give my impression of what we know so far based on interviews, articles, and the footage they've released. The short version, as you can tell from the title of this video, is simply that I do not...
No, I think I liked it better without the speech, actually. I can read it if I need to. And I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's... That aspect of the game isn't really impressing me too much. Like, I mean, it is, but it's like, I don't want to distract me, you know. Whoa. I want you to go back and see what he has to say.
Yeah, the other project they decided he wanted to do before he released the MMO. Camelot Unchained's developers news this morning touts the engine powering everything the Unchained engine, as well as new funding from A16Z Game. The company also announced that, alongside the new funding, they are ramping up development, hiring, and financing to bring Final Stand Ragnarok and Camelot Unchained to the market. But which one's first, based on what we've read here? Ragnarok. The thing that people hammered you for, you were actually rolling back to do because it's going to be a lot easier to bring that into reality first than the MMORPG. Now, in press release, CEO Mark Jacobs points specifically to the Unchained engine, saying the engine can deliver a massive battle similar to the one seen in Lord of the Rings, and that means the herald new generation of truly massively multiplayer games. Now, look, if his engine can indeed do this, and the performance can actually be, well, as amazing as we all hope it can be, then it means he's solved one of the greatest problems that MMORPGs struggle with to date. And that is a lot of people in the same space at the same time on a massive level, being able to fight, being able to see them, being able to see the effects and the fight and everything without phasing and any of that, and it's not completely lag your computer up too high hell where you can't perform and fight and then, well, okay, if he delivered this, great. Problem is, you initially collected funds for Camelot Unchained, okay? And then when you talked about Final Stand Ragnarok, you said, hey, I'm going to refund people who don't want to continue back with, well, Camelot Unchained because this is what he signed up for. He has refunded some of the people, but today I did report to you that some of you, and a lot of you actually, have not been refunded yet. Then he went and he got funding in the couple of millions of dollars.
Oh my God! Well,
now
no.
Well,
I think I did save. I saved. I think.
Okay, so round 2, 3, 4, whatever we're at. In the press release, he specifically talks about the Unchained engine.
Yeah, I saved. I saved. We're good. We're
good.
He
says right here in this quote, "The Unchained engine is realizing a dream I've been obsessing over for more than 30 years." Oh, so he's actually acknowledging it's not the MMORPG. It's the engine and the tech he wants to make money off of that you are going to help him make. Got it. President and CEO, blah, blah, blah. Our engine delivers massive battles similar to those seen in major Hollywood productions like Lord of the Rings to video games where thousands of real players interact and share an epic experience in real time. We're excited to launch our own games and to share our technology with fellow dreamers in the not too distant future. You got a showcase of the validation of this performance of the engine? It's hard for me to believe that you've been able to pull this off at this point in time because A, people have shown me what your tests look like and it's a barren wasteland. Yeah, people have leaked that to me. That's number one. Number two, using AI to generate and simulate that is great, but it doesn't account for real people doing real people things in that space. And so unless you've gotten thousands of people, actual people, to sit there and play characters in a play environment to validate that claim, then I still call it just a claim. So I'll believe it when I see it. Unchained Entertainment says the engine is able to support multiple different styles of games from PvE extraction mode to swarm-based PvE action. We call it sometimes horde mode in the genre. Final Stand Ragnarok is gearing up for a full 1.0 launch in March. However, the company's long-awaited MMORPG project
Final Stand Ragnarok is due in March, like, cause it's the end of March. Final Stand Ragnarok. Let's go look at that. Final Stand Ragnarok's due at the end. Is due for its full launch in March. Final Stand Ragnarok. Let's go see about that.
All right, Final Stand Ragnarok. This is an interesting game. What we have here is a child born from the desire to have battles on the scale that we've never seen before in PC or console gaming. This is supposed to be massive, massive, massive scale battles.
Thank you, Lucky Ghost. I'd like to sub to your channel.
1,200 NPCs on screen at once for you to do battle with. And thank you to Unchained Entertainment for sponsoring this video. Best of all, if the game looks fun to you, it's on sale through March 21st for only $15. You can check it out if you follow the link in the description below. So today we're going to dive into this game and explore a game that is supposed to have bigger battles than we've ever seen in gaming before. And what we have here is a game where you get to choose to play as a champion defending the world from an invasion.
Looks terrible. Sorry.
Camelot Unchained is now expected to be released late next year, 2025. So now he's saying end of 2025. We're just pushing back the goalpost again. Got it. Camelot Unchained started and its Kickstarter back in 2013. That's right, nearly 11 years ago, and has been in development ever since. The company courted some controversy when it announced it was working on Final Stand Ragnarok instead of focusing all its efforts on Camelot Unchained. So there, I'm going to you. What do you think about this hot mess? Do you buy it? Well, I tend to buy it when I can see it. So if you're saying that you can do this, and thanks for actually acknowledging, by the way, what you've been failing to acknowledge publicly for the 11 years, that you've been primarily focused on your engine and being able to deliver this to the industry, not that you've been focused on delivering Camelot Unchained to the backers. At least that's the way I'm going to read it, because, well, historically that's what we've been leading up to. Yeah. But good luck with Ragnarok. Something tells me that's going to be a shit show and a half. We'll have to take a look at that in the near future, and I'm very, very curious to take it, especially with people that and work on that.
Wow.
So people, of course, are like, "Oh, Kira, do a Kickstarter adventure," and I sometimes open Kickstarter and think,
Thank you,
"Oh,
Kira, for the
off the
extra
first
stream. I'd
page,
like
there
to sub to your
doesn't seem
channel."
to be a whole bunch of interesting games." But then I saw Touch Starved, and I knew I needed to do one because it's raised $500,000 for a visual dating novel sim called Touch Starved, which is just perfect. It's the perfect name. I'm obviously not saying if you play visual novels for romance and stuff like that that you are in fact touch starved. They're saying it, but here we go. We're going to go from popular. We'll get to that one in a minute because I know it's just going to be amazing. Poglings, a pet sim creature collecting adventure. Pokemons, Pocket Monsters. Love the art style already. PC, Nintendo Switch. Need more PC monster collecting games that don't have NFTs. Need more Kickstarter trailers that actually work. Probably gonna have to mute the audio because unfortunately I can complain about it a million times, but Kickstarter developers, please stop using music that gets me copyright claimed. I've raised almost 200 grand in 3 days.
That's some creature. Oh god.
That's not a good idea. He just straight toe kicked a tree. I mean, I understand off initial looking at it why people would give this money, but at the same time, this is like a cross between it's way too polished to be on Kickstarter and way too polished for me to believe it's real. But every time I say that, I usually scroll down and it's like, oh, they have a demo and people have already played it. Or I'm going to scroll down and it's going to be like, yeah, these are all NFTs. Haha, I got them. So
no, it's no good. Christone Hearthstone.
Gods Unchained gameplay channel will
Oh
finally.
yeah, the Gods Unchained thing. I don't care about this. I keep looking for something good, but I can't find anything. There's like nothing good. I can't find anything. Yeah, I need a subject content, but I don't know what. Maybe Mortal Exodus. I don't know. Yeah, like, I don't know. Kira's thing was good, but I don't know. Mortal Exodus. Let's hear what Narc had
The
to say.
genre is failing to reach a new audience due to various ancient gameplay and egregious monetization reasons. A lot of people would say the genre's time is coming to an end, as the MMOs we loved so dear are one by one entering maintenance mode as their teams are stripped down to a skeleton crew and moved on to fresh, new projects like, you know, mobile games. It's fairly safe to say that MMOs as a genre have become so confused and degenerate that nobody can even agree what an MMO is anymore, and this has opened up a new avenue for companies to exploit us using the latest and greatest in technology, Unreal Engine 5. But before we get into that, our patrons and I would love for you to grab yourself a go bug Yola, because my personal description of a massively multiplayer online role-playing game is pretty much what the title suggests. I think the title is a very accurate description of what the genre should be. A world large enough to host a massive amount of players in an ecosystem revolving around role-playing aspects. Not quite sure why players would debate that. However, people would argue that games featuring exclusive, single-player focused content with the illusion of players around you in a lobby-based environment is also an MMORPG, so who even knows anymore? The term MMORPG has become a word used to market a game to a wider audience, and I am by no means any kind of authority to moderate what giant corporate entities label their games at, no matter how disingenuous that may be. With the future of MMOs looking pretty grim, it's opened up a unique avenue for some pretty sketchy games to exploit both the new and old generations desperate for that nostalgic open world experience again. You have the boomers and millennials who grew up with it and desperately want to experience it again, and the zoomers who missed out and want to experience what everyone is ranting and raving about. The first wave came and went, with content creators and players alike calling them out with almost no issues, mainly because they were pretty damn obvious and were also the first on the scene of the Kickstarter scam games. Dreamworld, Chronicles of Valeria, and some other pretty obvious ones, but a few have survived that first wave and still actually maintain a fair amount of hype today. For some reason, Pantheon Rise of the Fallen maintains interest, but the main two I'm really talking about here are Ashes of Creation, of course, with Star Citizen being that infamous title that everyone likes to use as a benchmark for perpetual alpha games. Surely Ashes of Creation won't be heading down the same route, right guys? These three projects all have a dedicated player base of deeply invested copium addicts, desperately waiting for their specific flavor of thin air to never release. But today, I want to talk about the newest generation of so-called MMORPGs stirring up interest in the name of Unreal Engine 5. Being a copium addict myself,